I don't like language.
Okay.
All yours.
Yes, thanks. Just remind people outside this time
Yeah.
outside if it is there. If not, we'll start it because we have other speakers waiting. All right. So, a very warm welcome to the Copilot Developer Camp, and I'm really sorry it got delayed a bit, the keynote, and people had to come all the way because of the venue. But thank you so much for being so supportive and enjoying the sessions. So, without further ado, I don't want to delay the other sessions, so I'll just quickly start. This will be a very interactive, hands-on lab session. You'll get to deep dive and how to build a declarative agent. So you will get to build one by yourself. So I'm going to give you an access to a virtual machine, like a sandbox environment, and you will get to do everything. So I'll let you know what we're going to do, how you're going to build it, and by the end of the session, you will get it done. And the access will be available for you till tonight because all the subscription will be available and you can work on these labs. And post midnight, access will be revoked. So get to know what is this all about. Go home, build it. If you don't find time to build it in this 45 minutes, go home and get it built. Okay? So yeah, so this Copilot Developer Camp basically focuses on Copilot for M365. And we basically focusing more on the extensibility part. So here we're going to tell you how to build declarative agents, custom engine agents. Now you tell as per your project requirements, as per your necessity, what you have to build, and based on that, you choose whether you want to go for declarative or custom engine. So I'll be talking about declarative agent, and my colleague Elcha, she'll be talking about custom engine agent. So today you'll get to flavor both of these, how to build these agents. So today we will see from a developer perspective, from an enterprise perspective, where your project sits. When you build an agent, what are the things you have to consider before building one? So based on that, take a call, get your hands dirty with a little bit of coding, not much, because it's going to be more of browser-based lab. Try it out. If you're really interested, explore more, get more customization. Yes, you can do it. Fine. And yeah, so we have already taken this in 30 plus cities. We have started from the Mexico side. We have moved to Toronto. We have moved to the Asia side. Few wherever Microsoft AI tour is happening, we are doing this camp. So this week we are doing it in Dubai, and then we have like Tokyo, South Korea, Singapore, India. We are covering all the locations. London, New York, everywhere it's happening. So if you have any of your friends, colleagues, in those locations and you want to have these labs tried out, let us know. We'll send you the registration link, have them access to it. Fine. So before that, I have a habit of connecting with folks because what happens is I deliver a session and then people miss out on few things. Like I wanted to get connected with you. I wanted to have a question related to it. I want to get this query resolved. I didn't know where to go. I want to raise an issue. I have a bug. How do I fix this? So a quick LinkedIn, scan this QR code if you would love to get connected or you must have already connected. connect, and if you have any questions, get back to us. We will connect with you as well. So before this is going to be the agenda, very quick on Copilot orchestration, structure of it as a developer, understand how the backbone of it really works, which are the areas of an orchestrator or age, I would say, which are the areas of an architecture that you can actually touch base, and which you have a control and which you don't have a control. So we will try to see all those aspects. We will see a demo, and we will see the resources and how you can be a part of a community. We are going to see all these aspects today. So I'm sure you must be very familiar with this picture. Everywhere you get to see this, right? It's like this M365 is like backed up. All your enterprise applications is backed up with this M365, which is the brain of your LLM. Everybody keeps talking about it. So today we are going to see how the LLM, the internet, and your graph data, your external data, and how M365 apps are going to be combined and going to do it. I'll give you a very simple example. Usually those days when we had to work something, say for example you had a website or a content outside M365 bubble and you had to get it inside it, how would you do it? We have this extensibility process. Very simple. I have a product, I have a team meeting with the client, and my client is using, would like to know all the product details. Would I go outside the M365 bubble to show all the details? Or what if I said I have everything on the Teams? If I just type few prompts, few messages, few adaptive card, and I'm able to get all the product details inside the M365 bubble, and also I can do a CRUD operation, that is update it also, retrieve it also, modify, I can do all kinds of operation. This is possible with M365 extensibility by building different intervention. It's not good. Oh, yeah. No worries. So you would be able to access your external data inside M365 with this extensibility capability. So that is possible with all these. As I told you, where all you can use, if you have a Teams call with a client and they all are using Microsoft product, but your product is outside M365 bubble, how do you connect these two bubbles? Extensibility. You have a meeting, you have a OneNote, you have documents. Everything is external, but you have calls happening, you want to have getting connected, you want to update things. How do you do it? You can do it with extensibility. So here again, it all begins with the process of user prompt. Prompt actually plays a very important role. The prompt that you enter, the text, you're training your LLM. You're telling, okay, you know what? I had a very interesting bot that I built in Azure one of the time, where I said, can you tell me how to bake or how to bake a, not bake, I would say, how to cook an omelette. It gave me a clear instruction. I was really happy for it. And then immediately I asked, then immediately I trained my bot saying, system messages, you are an IT bot. You are supposed to handle queries related to this product. Give few product information. And then immediately when I asked, how do I cook an omelette, it said, I'm not a normal bot. I'm an IT bot. I'm very specific. I would handle questions very specific to IT bot. So these are the kind you kind of train your LLM. The more you give information, the more you feel, the more you interact, the more you prompt is appropriate, your LLM gets trained, your agent, your bot gets trained. So prompt engineering also plays a very important role. I have one of my colleague Rabia who does the prompt week of the day. She does that. So I will share the link at the end of this session where you can suggest your prompts and you can create sample libraries out of it. I'll give you the details about it. So if you're interested more into it, because that prompt engineering itself is a separate era of to invest and dwell into it. But definitely it plays a very important role. So too much into it, let's get a little more one layer beneath exactly what happens behind the screens of Copilot. I have a bot, I enter something, immediately I get a response. What is really happening in the background? As a developer, you need to understand this. There is something called as, I hope it's clear, or should I switch off the lights? A little dim. Better? Okay. Yeah. So initially, you can see the number one. The user prompts come into the Copilot. There is something called as pre-process grounding. It kind of initializes, vitalizes, scans your data, checks what's your user prompt, everything. And then the modified prompt is actually sent to your LLM, which is the brain of your Copilot. That is what I would call. So that's again being into that. It checks for the Azure OpenAI. It checks if you require any graph data external. Again, the response that comes, again, it gets into grounding and post processing. So the moment you say, can I get a recipe for an omelette, or how do I cook an omelette or something, you get a data or response in a fraction of second. But behind the screens, this is what is really happening. It gets into all these modes and fetches your data and displays it. So generally, when you see a bot or an agent, this is what is happening behind the screen. So here you see where you can actually have access, where you can control it, where you have to invest more time to get your more customized one. How do you do it? So whether it's LLM with the Azure OpenAI, or it is more of your responses, or more of your Microsoft Graph or semantic indexes happening, is it more secure? Find out where it is and then you dwell deep into it. So this is a very basic structure of it. So when I say agents, I have so many agents. Every agent, I might build an agent for an IT desk. I might build an agent for an HR desk. So today's demo that we are going to do is more of an HR consulting firm, where it gives you details about a consultant, how much they are billed, more details about the project they work, and those kind of details. So we will see it live today. So agents come in different shapes, different sizes, but each agent is made up of same component, I would say. So it's the foundational model, it's the architecture, the knowledge, the skill, the autonomy, capabilities. So if you ask me, this is the basic structure of an agent. Yeah, this is the basic structure. So you have these areas where you can focus: the skill, foundation, model, user experience, orchestra. But if I say, if it's declarative agent, where do I have control? Can I access everything? Yes, no, we'll have to see. If it's custom engine agent, can I access all of these parts? Yes, no, that is what we're going to learn. So you decide whether should I go for a declarative one or a custom engine agent one. But this is the architecture. We will find out where all we have control of it. But there are multi-agent also. For example, the M365 Copilot may call another agent. That also possibility is there. Agent calling another agent to bring new skills and knowledge. So let's talk about the two part that I was talking about, which is the build path and extend part. So you choose to leverage the Microsoft Copilot model and orchestrator. You're working, and you say that I'm not going to touch the orchestrator, I'm not going to touch the foundation model, I'm not going to touch everything. I want something that's already built in for me. I just plug in with few prompts, few instructions, and I want my bot to build. Then go for a declarative path or go for a declarative agent. If you say I need control of all the components in my architecture, then you have to go for a custom engine. So that's the first ground rule that you take in order to build a Copilot agent. So this gives you an idea. So definitely this is not Copilot Studio. It's not Studio where it's low code. No, it's more of your building using Visual Studio Code, where you would use, for custom engine, you would use the Teams AI library. For the declarative one, it's normal library that you use. So this is also another one. As I told you, declarative agent and a custom engine agent. So your business data, which one do you use? Whether it's a web search, OneDrive, SharePoint, you want to connect, you have a data in your SharePoint and you want to get connected, you want that data to be connected to your agent, get data from there, it's possible. Custom engine, you have your own workflow, you have your own automation, you have your own model orchestration, more customized one, then you go for custom engine agent. So as I told you, declarative agent, the purple section which is glowing, you don't have control of it. Everything being taken care of M365. The only portion of it where you have control is the instruction, grounding, action capability, and autonomy. The rest all is taken. So you have something ready-made already for you. It's like a cake. You just have to ice it up. But when it comes to custom engine, you are starting it from the scratch, ground roll, from baking it, making the batter, flour, everything. So just to give a generalized version of it. So you might ask, Kamal, where do I start? How do I decide? Give me a little more clarification on it. We have a flowchart. So it says that, okay, use M365 Copilot Orchestrator and model. Yes, if I say then I go with the part E, which is the declarative agent. If I say no, I don't want to use M365 Copilot Orchestrator, then get into custom engine agent, which is the path B. So in path B, what all you do is you build your custom engine agent, you implement your RAG, RAG, you can add actions, you can add authentication. But if it is declarative agent, you build an API, you build your first declarative agent, which is very simple. In seconds, you can create one, and you can hence enhance your response card, you can change your adaptive card, you can do a very basic minimal things. So someone says, say for example you're working for a HR firm and someone says, Kamal, I'm looking for a .NET profession in this particular zone with so many years of experience, can you fetch the detail? I have millions of records. Would you go scanning each record? Or what if I say I have a bot created quickly, connected to my SharePoint site with all the docs, and all I give an instruction, clear user prompt saying, I'm looking for a .NET developer in this particular zone with so many years of experience, and these are the skills, and I get a list of 100 people looking into 10,000 records or looking into 100 records is making your task easy. So at the end of the day, agents are here to make your job autonomous and make it easy. That's it. That's it is an agent used for. But how do you want to use your agent for your business? It's totally up to you. You use your smartness to do it. So where do I go? Please bookmark this link. This is where you will learn, because I don't want to give too much of theory explaining. I want you guys to try it out. So that's the reason I'm skipping out a few slides. So this is the link that you'll have to try. I'll freeze it for a second. So here's a quick demo that we have. I'll just go through the demo for you. Yeah, just have a look at this demo. How does it look? So we have a geolocator game, declarative copilot. You select your agent, and then you enter your user prompt. Let's play. So you're going to build something similar to this. This is just to give you a gist as to how this is built. We have all these videos on the Copilot Developer Camp website, step by step how to build it. So there you go. You've got the details. Yes, it is Rome. It is a city with all this. Now, how these details are coming, you'll get to see that in the lab very quickly. So I'll not waste too much of time. We will launch the lab and we will start working on it. Okay, I want you to take a screenshot of the screen so that you can access this lab going back home as well. But once you're done with the screenshot, open a browser, open this link, and use this redemption key or redeem training key and try to access it. Let me know if you have any issues. So try using your Microsoft account if you have one. If not, go ahead with the scalable account. You can either create one quickly and then use this redemption training key. So Hope you guys have connected to the Wi-Fi, right? Okay, great. Just give me a signal once you've created an account or you into this lab environment or something like that. This is the information. Yeah. So you can launch the first one. Great. Just enter that key. So whatever you have is the student access. So I have an instructor access. So I'll show you how the screen looks once you have launched the lab. This is just one-time setup. Once you're done with it, you'll be good to go with the labs. So you would see something similar screen saying declarative agent. That's the one you have to click launch. Once I'm done with my session, you'll go into custom engine, which my colleague HR will do. That's when you need to launch the second lab, which is the custom engine agent. So as of now, we'll go with the declarative one. So you get the labs open. Okay. Screens sharing. It's sharing my different screen. How do I share this one?
Where's the
Stream, yeah?
yeah? Sorry. This.
Present. Okay.
This one?
Yes. Okay, so this was the link that I was talking about. So you have two links. One is declarative and one is Copilot. I mean, custom engine agent one. So let's click on the declarative one and launch the lab. You would get a similar screen. So everybody has a screen, right? Okay, again, it's switching back. Okay, so I'll have to stop sharing.
Share screen. Entire screen.
Okay, this one.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay, so this is what something you will get. This is more of a browser-based, virtual machine, sandbox environment-based instruction lab, I would say. Very easy peasy to do. Just few instructions to follow. It's connecting. You don't have to type much of it. You have a key there, which will, the moment you click on T, there's a kind of an icon. The moment you click there, it automatically types it for you. So just to make the process easy and understand. So you see here username and password. You have all the credentials which are for temporary use. Okay, there's some connection issues. Okay, so this is what the first thing you would do. You had a password, right? So I want everybody to just observe these few steps. So the moment I say I have to type something, I click on the password here, and then you see the T. Okay.
Duplicate the screen, just from the computer.
Okay. This one, it's going live. Oh,
Yeah,
then,
yeah.
oh, then.
This is the StreamYard, but
Oh, okay.
from your computer, you know how to duplicate the screen when you are connected to.
Duplicate.
Or extend the screen.
Yeah, here. Is it the?
No, it's as you when you connect to another screen.
Okay. Oh, so then I just do the
Okay.
arrange. I mean, I just do this part. So
Yeah.
you have to. But when I'm presenting, why does it go into the different one? Say, for example, okay, I'm stopping. Okay, I'm say present, share screen. I'll do one thing. I'll do entire screen. Screen 2. Where is the screen 2 coming? Okay, wait.
The screen 2 is this one.
Okay. How do? Okay, I want to share this screen.
Because basically this is only for the online.
Okay, now? No.
No, because for this you would need to go and do like that, and then it's on the screen.
Okay, you can put it off. Put it off there.
Okay.
I'll just do it. Oh, no. Then I cannot. So what I would suggest in the meantime, click on the password and click on the T. That automatically enters your password. So once you're done with it, now we will start building the declarative agent. You can follow that step-by-step instructions. So yeah, so all I do is I click on password and you see it automatically types for me and then I say enter.
You want to secure?
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. I'll do this way.
Okay.
So I'll just be facing this side, few instructions and then I'll turn back. Okay, so here you can see your Visual Studio is available at the bottom screen. You have everything set up for you. It's just like another environment for you. So what we will do here is we will build our declarative agent in this lab. So it's going to be a fictitious consulting company where it's called the Trey Research. That's the thing. And this will use the AI models and the orchestration that is built into M365. As I told you, here we're doing declarative agents, so we don't have control of it. All we do is AI model orchestration, all is provided by M365. So it makes it easier for working with declarative agent or building one. But in this exercise, what we will do it, we will create a declarative agent. We'll show you how to interact with user, how to add a reference site to your SharePoint, and then how to add a project with the features like API plugin, so that you can get the relevant details from the plugin packaging needed to make without asking you to build the whole thing in the limited time, basically. So what you do is open Visual Studio. So you have the Visual Studio here. Open this quick. Immediately it opens it for you. And then, okay, you have an open folder. So you have everything set for you here. Okay, you have a PC, you have a C, you have lab users, I mean, first user and then lab user. The entire profile is accessible here. So we have something called as Teams app. So this is the folder that you will have to open. And then you have lab 445. This is a very fresh folder available to start working on it. But if you're stuck somewhere, if you have some errors, you have a completed lab 445 available here. You can just open this file and immediately you declare. And if you build the project, you have the declarative agent available. So as of now, I'm going to select this folder and you have the project available here. So it tells you each and every step-by-step instructions how to do it here. So now next what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my Teams toolkit and I'm going to click here sign in. So for this, you definitely need the tenant subscription, right? So you don't have to use one. You already have here. So you can see the username and password is provided for you here. So all I do is I click on the username and I'm able to access it. Just give me a moment. Yeah. So just allow the username to be typed. Once done, click on next. The password is there for you. Click on the password. Once done, click on sign in. You are successfully logged in. It says you're signed in and you can close this page. Done. We don't require this anymore. Get back to the Visual Studio code. So what we would do is we would continue with it by setting up the local environment. So I'll go to the Explorer part. I'll go to the environment. I'll quickly rename this file. I'm really bad. Yeah, I'm just going to remove the last one sample. Okay, that's done. It gives you every instruction here, what to do, everything. So first, as I told you, go to environment folder, rename this sample to this, then test the web service, start a new debug session, F5, good. So this kind of opens your Copilot Biz chat page here. So this takes, if you get an error, I would suggest close it and reopen it. So before that, I will quickly run this and keep it ready. And also make sure that the debugger is in the debug console and the backend is selected. So I'll quickly show you. Yeah. So if you go to the debug console, you would see. So as of now, it's running. So just allow it some time. Yeah, it's just running the project. Just give some time. So before that, if you get into the try research API HTTP file, you can actually see the response. What is the response before you actually see it on your BizChat? So it's running, it might take few seconds. So everybody has come to the stage. Have you run your Copilot? Just checking before it takes some time. Just checking if you have any issues. You're great. Almost done. So you can see the BizChat page opening up. And here, I think I must have got logged out. So I will use my username. And then the password. Okay. So you can see the sample here, the same. So you've got your Trade Jenny local. This is my agent. So you need to click on it, and then your agent is active. So what you could do is, in order to get the prompts, I don't want you to type. So what I would say is, click on this, find consultants who are Azure certified and available immediately. So it's typing for me. And then I'm going to say enter. So it'll ask me, just say allow always. And then you can see the response. There you go. So I have these three consultants. Yeah, you have Sanjay, you have Robin, and you have Avery. The same thing you would find in your HTTP file here. Yeah. So the send request, if you go to trade research API.htp, and there's the base link and there is like send request, you would get the same response here. But now let's make it little more interactive, little more interesting. So this was a very clear cut of building a declarative agent, simple, easy step, quick. I would say even like 5 minutes you were able to build a declarative agent. But now I say let's add instructions and a SharePoint file. So where do I add it? So first thing, let's open this link in the browser. So I'll quickly open a browser tab, and then I'll click on the T. Let's see. So I'm just opening a random SharePoint site. So if you have something and you want to get it connected, good. So I have a content I have outside somewhere in a SharePoint file. Now, how do I access it in my agent? How do I train my agent to access these details? So I have these legal documents available. So I'm going to make sure I'm going to train my agent to access these files. So how do I do it? So all I have to do is just add the URL and few schema details to be added, and I'm good to go. So I'm going to show you that live, how to do that as well. So first thing what we do is go to the agent JSON file. Can we increase the brightness of it or something? It's really dark. That should be good, but it's just glare. Can we close the window? Or this is okay. Right, it's okay. No problem. Okay, so here you have the trade declarative agent file. Click on this and few things. So you have an action. So before action, you have to add the capability. So what your capability is the URL, SharePoint URL that I'm talking about. So I'm going to quickly add this here and then I type it here. So immediately I got my capabilities added. Then I have to add few uh, instructions. That is, I have to test it, tell that, okay, this is what I've added it. Now I'm good to go with this. So I'm going to click on save and then run this immediately. So now, um, this one, exit. Thank you. I'm really not that tall. Yeah, exit. Yeah. So now I added a SharePoint link and I've connected my agent. Now when I get details, I would get it from the SharePoint link. That is the doc files. So what I'm going to ask is, what is the status of Outgroove's project? Okay. So I'm going to say, what is the status of Outgroove's project? Sometimes you might get errors. Maybe you have missed the squiggly braces or a comma or something. Just make sure that it is good to go. I think it needs to be built again. So I'll quickly build. So everybody has come to this point. Any issues until now building this, connecting your SharePoint site? Just let me know. And there is this last part where you'll have to connect. See, as of now, what we are getting is only about the consultant, about the project, few details. Now, what if I have to update it, get few more instructions, few more records, few more projects from the doc file? I would be able to do it with this API request, and you would be able to see that as well. So there you go. So I'm going to click on my trade journey, and then I'm going to ask, what is the status of Outgroove's project? Okay, there you go. These details are being picked up from the doc files, the response you're getting. Initially, we did not have these details. And also, it gives you the attachment of the doc file. There you go. And also, you have how many hours, all those details is available here for you. So you can see these files are coming from the SharePoint. So this was how you could add your SharePoint. And the last part of it is how to add project API. So simple, create a slash project file in the functions. I'm not going to do it because it's really bright for me here. So create a project folder and then call project.ts and then add it up here. This entire content is available for you. So this has all the details of a project, how to fetch it up, everything. And once you're done with it, you go to your HTTP file and then you just set the base URL telling these are the project and add consultant project and the projects that you're working with. And the get response and the post response. These two details has to be there for your API. So add these details. I'll quickly do that and I'll show you the end file of it. So when you do that, You add the function, as I said, get and post. Yeah. So until now, we just had get consultant, get user information, and get billers. Now we also had post assign consultant. How do I assign a consultant to a project? Just not fetching information. I'm actually interacting with my bot, telling how do I assign a particular consultation to a consultant to a project. How do I get project? How do I add more billable information? So those API details were there. So I've added it, and then quickly I run it. When you run, you would not just get one project, you would get 10 projects in it. So I have already the project built it. So I'll quickly open that for you instead of typing it. You can also do it, you can go through it. So I have the Teams app here, I have the entire lab for you. So just open it, and then we can quickly I think we'll have to connect it. No, it's already connected. Yeah, it's already connected. So I'll just build this part for you. Initially, we just had 3 projects. We had 3 projects, 3 profiles, but now you would have several more updates happening. So I'll show that in a minute. So building a declarative agent using a Visual Studio Code was this simple. If you had to really build a bot, say whether it's an IT bot, whether it's an HR bot, you want to build any kind of bot and you have a data outside M365 bubble and you want to share it, you can use these URLs and you can do that. So this was more of a declarative one. Let it get built on this. In the meantime, you can also go to the website link, which is the Copilot Developer Camp, where you have entire path, that is the build path, extend path, everything in detail. I'll quickly also show you those details. Let this get built. Oh, I can't share the screen again. It's okay. When we reach till this place, have you built it? Just wanted to check. Or any issues, concerns, building one?
Il n'a pas encore terminé de lancer la deuxième salle. Oui, je sais. Je lance. C'est pas très bien encore terminé.
Mais je pense qu'il faut enchaîner parce que déjà.
some time to build. Maybe network or something. But once you build it and then you say what project is say research working on, you should get all the 10 projects from your API. You would see that. Initially we had only one or two, which was like customized one, we added it, but now it's fetching up all the details for you. And then you can say, please add Domi or Alex, whoever the name of the person, to this Contoso project, you can add it. It gives you an adaptive card. It says submit or cancel. So you are building an agent, you are getting the details, you're training your agent, and then you are getting interactive with your agent. You are telling, okay, get this done. It's doing it for you. So an agent is just not building it, but you're making it train, and also you're getting a lot of things done for you. So today we saw about the declarative agent where you building it, where you don't have control on the orchestrator, you don't have control over the uh, foundation model. Everything is being done by Microsoft 365. All you have to do is just connect the points and you have the declarative agent done. This is a very simple one. But if you say, Kamal, no, I don't want this. I need a control. I want a complete customization. Where do I do it? Then yes, we have a next session by my colleague Aicha who will talk about it. But before that, I have few links. This might take some time, so I'll quickly switch on to the other screen and show you few links, which is very important. You have access to these labs until tonight. Get your hands dirty, dwell deep, edit, do whatever you want and play around with it. If you have any issues, I'll give you a link. There is a GitHub repo. Plug in an issue if you find anything related to the lab or to the labs that you're working. You found an error, feature, you want to update something, suggestions, yes, go ahead with that. So I'll quickly share the yeah. So for you, if you want to take a screenshot, you can access this link. Yeah, this one you can take a picture. You can go home, access this. This is the redemption key. You want to build this declarative since you explored the Copilot Studio site. If you want to build something, we have a lab set up for you, which is a virtual machine, and you can build your own declarative agent. Maybe 5 minutes, not more than that. If you're really good at understanding the instructions, it's all self-instructions and you can good to go. So you can explore, you can taste the flavor of Copilot Studio, which you've already done it a couple of minutes back. Now try with Visual Studio Code and see how this works. This is a very basic declarative agent, okay? So the next one is, before that, I will share another one. Yeah, please use this link for hands-on lab. Yeah. These bookmark these URLs. We have a break for 5 minutes, right? 5 or 10 minutes now. We have a break now for 5
between the two sessions.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So this entire lab, I'll show you again on the website. How does it look like? There you go. So you can see this entire, oh, not again. How do I?
This one?
Yeah.
Let's put it there.
Just drag it in.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why this keeps happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see this website and you can see the content here. So this is a home page. You have two paths. Whatever I was trying to explain you was the extend path where you get to build your declarative one. If you want to build your own agent, which is the customization, you have all the lab sections here. So here, what I'm going to show you is here you have all the setup instructions. So let's say I'm going to start here. So it tells you what you have to configure in Teams, install Teams toolkit, install Node.js, install everything, and then you can go to your next step, which is your first one in building your declarative agent. So you have all the step-by-step instruction, but here you don't have the sandbox environment. That's the only difference. So this is available to you throughout 365 days, but the other one is available only till tonight for you to access it. So still, if you want to explore here, it is possible. So all the exercises there, update instruction, add files, build API, add declarative agent API, enhance API, adaptive card, enter ID, and graph connectors. If you are someone into more of graph connectors, you can explore that section as well. So all is available for you to explore here. This website is something which you have to bookmark. And here there's a GitHub repo link. If you want to add some sample libraries that you built, please feel free to add it here. Issues, bugs, everything you can fix it up here. All right. So that's it for now. Thank you so much. And I'm ready to take questions, but we'll take a break as well. So if you have any questions, good to go. Yeah, thank you. So right now it is what time? 12:20. So you want to break up how like 10 minutes, 10 minutes break, and then we have customers and agents so that you are in the same flow.
Let's connect this one. Let me. Okay, now you're mirroring your.
Yeah, I'm just going to share. Ooh, I hear myself from there. Should I also share screen here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I think you can edit now. I'm presenting.
Oh. Okay, so exactly what you see on the screen is on the.
Okay.
You want to see? You sit here. You want to sit here.
No, I don't think I am. Oh no. This is the present place. Oh, okay. So are you seeing the right screen?
No, here we are seeing here. Whatever is here, this is online. And then
Yeah, good to go. Do you think people need 5 minutes or something? Or?
Just give 5 minutes and
Yeah,
then
sure.
so you can keep your lab open already so that you don't have to wait to open the lab. That sometimes
Our labs are not
Yeah.
open. Let me try
that is what
that.
took some time for me.
Okay, good. They don't see it.
Yeah, seriously, this gets
So this is, how do I share this one? I think I know. I'm just going to join as the
Student, right?
student, so it
Yeah.
will be easier. folks, let's start. So you just learned from Kamal about decorative agents, and in the second part of the session, we will talk about custom engine agents. So I'm not going to bore you with a lot of slides. I'll try to be super quick, but let me quickly show you what we've discussed today as a summary. So as you know that there are a couple of ways to extend Copilot, one of which you just tried with decorative agents. So as you know, you can build plugins. You can also use graph connectors. You can use decorative agents to extend Copilot, or you can build your own agent to bring any experience you want. And also, this is currently in private preview. It will be in public preview soon, but soon with the custom agents, you will be able to bring custom agents into Copilot Chat too. So currently, some partners have access to this, and it will be in public preview probably in the next month. So in this session, we will talk about the custom experience we can build for Copilot, meaning that how many of you built bots before using bot framework? Do you have any knowledge about that? Then this is going to be new for this room. But bots were around for a really, really long time. I've been basically building bots since 10 years, since Azure was launched. We had bot framework and we had cognitive services. Now the new generation, the next generation of bots are agents. So when we actually build custom engine agents, we are actually building bots. So what is different? What is different basically in a generic bot to a custom engine agent? The basic difference is the LLM level. When you bring it into a large language model, small language model, then your bot needs to transform in a way that you can bring all these new generative AI experiences. So what is different here compared to what Kamal showed is actually all the orchestration and the AI model level. When you build decorative agents, you're building everything on top of Copilot's orchestration, Copilot's AI model. So as a developer, you don't have to worry about which AI model I should use, what kind of orchestration SDK I need. Do I need semantic kernel? Do I need Teams AI library? You don't have to worry about all that. But if you want to build an advanced capability, advanced agent, unfortunately, you would need a custom agent experience. Some of these capabilities would be maybe using some of the experiences like speech avatar experiences or visual experience you would need, or maybe you need to bring custom APIs, etc., etc. So it's basically up to the developer's choice. If you want to work with custom models, custom orchestrator, then custom engine agents would be the best. So today, basically, what we're going to build is we will use Teams AI library, and we will use a custom model, Azure AI model, any GPT model you want, and we will build a custom agent. Very quickly, I want to show what is different here is that when you build a custom engine agent, you are going to surface it in Microsoft 365. Today, you will test it in Teams, but later you will be able to test it in Copilot Chat too, which is in about a month or so. And you will be using your own LM model, not only Azure AI, but you can also bring any model you want, even DeepSeek, any model basically you prefer. And when it comes to building an agent like this from scratch, we have four main pillars. The first one is setting up the AI components, where you would need to set up your Azure environment. You will build the app itself using Teams toolkit or any tool you want. You can start from AI Foundry too. Then the second step, I just told you, creating the application object. You can either build everything in AI Foundry and download the source code, or you can use Teams toolkit, or maybe Visual Studio has some offers too. Today we will use Teams toolkit in VS Code. To give the behavior to the agent. And finally, we can add more actions, more capabilities, databases, whatever a custom app would require, you can basically add it in your custom engine agent too. Quickly, I want to show you what you will do today. Hopefully, you will have time, but if you don't, then you'll have access to your VM. So when you go home, you can try it yourself too. The first thing you will do, let me run this video. The first thing you will do is you will create a Azure OpenAI model, and then in Azure OpenAI, you will be creating your own deployment model. When I say deployment model, it means GPT 35 Turbo, GPT-4, 4.0. You can also create mini models if you want to test them out. But I should warn you that you will have some token issues with the example we have. So I suggest you to stick to either 4 or 4.0 when you're creating this. This is a bit slow, so I'm gonna move this further. So once you created your resource, OpenAI resource, you need to get the endpoint and the key to be able to use it in your app. So once you get all the keys and endpoints you create in OpenAI, you need to create your deployment model. You will go to Azure AI Foundry, and in the Foundry, you will be creating your new deployment model, and you will be creating it using global standard or standard version. So this is basically the setup you need, and after putting it all together, when you create your deployment model, you will see a chat playground in Azure where you can test out your deployment model, meaning that you can choose one of the default templates in the chat playground, and you can ask any question you want. Here, I actually chose Shakespeare writing assistant. So anything I ask, when I ask a road or something, it always gives me the answer Shakespeare writing style. So after you test everything in Azure, the next step is testing everything in your actual app. So the next step is actually building the custom agent. So this is the first step, the Azure step. The second step we have is using Teams Toolkit. So you will have to install Teams Toolkit extension in Visual Studio Code first. And after that, you will be choosing custom engine agent, and then you will put your Azure OpenAI service endpoint and key. After that, you just give it a name, and then this is the place where I walk you through how you can add the prompt. You'll have that in the instructions too. When you hit debug with the test tool, you will be basically testing it in the test tool, meaning that only creating the app and adding the prompt would be enough for you to test. The next is only hitting F5 and getting the same answer here in the test tool. So you don't have to do much in the first step. The second step will be a bit more complex, but I don't want to keep you any longer. Let's jump into the VM and let you build all of these experiences. If you go far, I will also show you the second step you can build. So first, okay, in the VM, the scalable VM, you have part 2.2. Did everyone see that? Once you launch 2.2, you will see that we have another brand new VM. So what I want you to do is you ignore everything here. And the reason is that if you try, we won't be able to build this in the scalable, and go to aks.ms/Copilot Bootcamp. So let me actually. So quickly, when you launch your VM, go to Copilot aks.ms/Copilot Bootcamp in the VM, so that you will be able to copy paste. Otherwise, you will have a copy paste issue. I'll give you a minute to open that up. Once you open that up, you will have to go to the build tab instead of extend. Did everyone get the URL? Yes, no? Yes? Okay, let me know if you need the URL. Going back to the VM. So I opened the Copilot Developer Camp URL. I'm using the browser in the VM, in the scalable VM. And we will start from build path. I don't know if if I can zoom in. But anyway, hopefully, oh, I can try this way. Oh, too much. Maybe this is better. So we will use build path for this. So if you manage to open this, what I want you to do is start from build path, go through all the prerequisites, and basically hit next to start your person. It's here. You have your own too. You just T and then it's going to be. So start from lab 1 and build path. And one thing I want to show you and you should do is you should search for Visual Studio Code. It's available in your VM. And you can see all these in prerequisites, but I'm just telling you basically. So if you find Visual Studio Code, you have to go to extensions, and let me zoom this in, and install Teams Toolkit. This is for the second step. The first step is Azure, but just letting you know that Teams Toolkit is not installed in the VS Code, so you will need it. So what I will do is I will quietly do the lab myself on screen. But if you get stuck or have any questions, please tell me so I'll come and fix the issue with you. Oh, by the way, to be able to log into Azure, you need to use the, you will have it on the right side of your screen. Use this account to log into Microsoft 365. This will also log you into Azure. How many of you created Azure AI resource? Okay, awesome. So once you're done creating the Azure resource, you can hit go to Azure AI Foundry portal. That will launch the chat playground. And the next thing you should do is create new deployments from base model. And I suggest you to create GPT-4 instead of 4.0 for more tokens. It's you can ask more questions basically. You can keep all the settings default when you're creating the model and hit deploy and it will deploy it for you. if you manage to create the model, we can go to prompt samples and choose any of this. And you can ask related questions to check and see if it's working. How oh, okay. Go to the, see. Okay. Your resource first. And go to just deploy it. Now you can see how it's read them. Please. For just keep it. Now you can drop samples. And choose one type. Ask related questions. Like, for example, I'm using the sample like Shakespeare. Yeah, you for example, you can ask the chat questions. So you mentioned your agent is about and you only answer questions related to and try to ask them. Sometimes they're ignorant. Olive. How many of you are done with the chat playground? Okay, now you can go to Visual Studio Code and install Teams Toolkit if you're done with the chat playground. You have to go to extensions and type Teams Toolkit. If you don't see Visual Studio Code, type Visual Studio Code in search in Windows and you will find it. Okay, some of you installed Teams Toolkit, I can see it. The next, what you need is from Azure, go back to your Azure resource. You open Foundry, go back to your Azure resource and go to, go to resource management, keys and endpoints. You will need key 1 and copy that or keep that somewhere. You'll just need this. And when you get that, first thing you should do is in Teams Toolkit. So first of all, in Visual Studio Code, go to Teams Toolkit, which is the Teams icon. Then you should create a new app. And you will see Custom Engine and Agent right away there. And we will create basic AI chatbots. I'll create in TypeScript. Rest of the labs is in TypeScript if you want to continue after this. And you should select Azure OpenAI. when it will ask you your endpoint and key. Please finish. Now the service key. Now
No steps to display on them.
I was displaying it. assuming most of you created agents. Did you go through the code? Let me also do that. I'll put the key and then the endpoint. And the deployment model, whichever model you created. I created GPT-4. I use that one. Okay, I'll give you a quick walkthrough to the code. Unless you can't manage to run it, you will at least know what's inside. But in the Copilot camp, you will see a full detail of what is inside the code, how you can run it, how you can debug it, etc., etc. So there is more to just building the agent. In the source code, there is a app folder and there is app.ts, which you have all of the AI component integrations in. So here, this is the place we actually define the model and connect to Azure OpenAI. And then you define the prompts in the prompts folder. Finally, you define the storage and you create your AI app, which is your agent. So in that case, there are several components here. One is the model, another one is the prompt. You have the storage. We're using memory storage for the proof of concept sake. It's not recommended for production. And you create your app. So that means that if you go to prompts, chat, and escape, if you change here, if you put, let's say, any system prompt, like you're an agent, you do this and that, blah, blah, then that means your agent's behavior should change, right? So you only answer questions about the weather, then that means agent will not answer anything else. So when you define your prompt, and there's a play button-like thing here, which is a debugging button. When you hit debug and select debug in test tool, you should be able to test your agent in the test tool. Unless you installed Node.js. You should install Node.js. So seems like in the VM we don't have Node.js. So I'll quickly install that and show you. If you don't have Node.js in your VM, some of you does. I don't know what is different between VMs, but quickly go to nodejs.com and download Node.js. You don't have to do anything. Okay, once you install Node.js, the only thing you should do is open the file and then install it quickly. You don't have to do anything special. And it will install it. If you hit debug and it works, you don't have to do this. Okay, now I have Node.js. Let's try again. No. Okay, we have to restart the Visual Studio Code. So I'll do that. And now let's try again. Let's say, let's change something in the prompt. You can also see debug button on the left side, and you can hit debug in test tool, and it should execute right away. Okay, maybe I will storage. In case you're wondering what I'm doing, I also selected install additional tools as well in the Node.js, and it's installing additional tools it needs. I partially installed, so you fully have to install it with all of the required tools. Did all of you reach to this step? Meanwhile, I can show you something else actually. So if you're a person who doesn't know what to ask, what to put in the agent prompt, etc., we have a prompt library. I think Kamal also mentioned about that, but prompt library is a great place to start when it comes to, what kind of behavior you can give to your agent, either declarative agent or custom agent, it doesn't matter. But this is the place where you can discover actually the capabilities you can come up with when it comes to using prompts. It looks pretty simple because it's just text, but the capabilities, the advancements you can add, advancing your prompt is breathtaking. So you should definitely have a look at this. And I think this is a great starting point if you're building an agent. And if you're already master in the prompting, you can basically submit your prompt in the prompt library too, and you can get some sort of a promotion, like a small badge or something with the prompt library. So my colleague Rabia recognized everyone who is contributing to the prompt library, but I'm suggesting you this regardless of contributing or not. If you're interested in learning a bit more about prompt engineering, what people are doing with prompts, what kind of prompts are used out there, this is a great place to have a look. So I just wanted to point that out. And also, I want to leave you with some of the resources that might be helpful if you want to build custom engine agents. And I'm going to pause there for a second. But today, what we've just built is the first exercise in Copilot Camp. So there are 4 other labs. There are 5 labs in total, where you can add retrieval augmented generation using Azure AI Search. And then you can add UI capabilities using Powered by AI Kits. So you can add like thumbs up, thumbs down, the feedback loop, sensitive tag, all of these capabilities using the Powered by AI Kit. You can add actions. If you carry on in Copilot Camp today, because you will have access to these labs the entire day, you will be able to build full patch agents. It's going to be pretty deep dive and pretty advanced capability comparing to declarative agents. And you will see how the end-to-end enterprise-ready integration actually works in custom engine agents. So I highly suggest you to continue working in the labs. As I mentioned, what we've just achieved is the first exercise. If the hit F5 and chatting with the agents in test tool works, then that means you complete exercise 1. But we have 4 more exercises to go if you want to dive a little deeper, just saying. So you will continue having Azure subscription and all the VM available. If I were you, I would definitely use it because Azure subscription is hard to find. Okay, so let's have a look if this. Okay, this is the longest this ever took, but I'm assuming the internet and the bandwidth we have over here. Okay, Node.js is still installing in the back, but I managed to get it working. If you ever complete installing the Node.js and hit F5, and if it works, it should launch test tool in your browser. Okay, we finally reached to the test tool. And I'm just showing you as an example. If you're not in this step, don't worry about it. It's available in Copilot Camp. So by just looking into exercise 1, you can get the same steps I just showed you. So let me say hi and see if it responds. I can ask, what do you do? Yeah, so because I said you talk about the weather, now it gives me the answer, like I give updates about the weather, etc. This is the most basic you can do. As I mentioned, if you go to prompt library, you see that people are going crazy with the very advanced prompts, and just copying and pasting that text will give the behavior to the existing chatbot you have right now. So you can go ahead and check the prompt library and maybe copy paste some of them to see how the experience looks like, and then carry on with exercise 2. So after you come this far, in exercise 2, you will be working with your data with Azure AI. So because you have Azure access right now, I suggest you to try out exercise 2 as well, at least. But I'm not going to keep you any longer here. This is the end of our workshop. But I highly suggest you to have a look at the rest of the Copilot Camp, and if you have any questions, any feedback, you can always create an issue in the repo, and me and my colleagues are quite active in the issues in the GitHub repo and in the community as well. You can always reach out and answer questions too. With that, I want to thank you all, and I hope you enjoy the session. Thank you so much. Any questions? Yes.
So, those are the context is there.
Exactly. That's the context. And if you want your prompt to do some capabilities, that's the point where you start editing scale of that actions, which are basically API calls.
You can do this to coordinating or you should be looking one. So the prompt should be very specific that should not be very generalized.
Yes, so that's what's suggested. And in current state of things with generative AI, now multi-agent conversations are going really fast. So I'm assuming there will be multi-agent architectures more than just having all the capabilities in a single agent. So having more specific agent to a specific topic will be then probably next popular thing. So we will have multiple agents in the conversation. One is working about the weather, the other one is working about your vacation days, blah blah. So and you will be having conversation. Whichever is related to your question will answer you, etc. So that's going to be the next step architecture.
So you can have multiple agents at the same time.
You can, but currently you have to use different SDKs for that. So that's a complex architecture. What I just showed you is the single agents. And you can obviously build multiple of them. If you want multiple of them in a single chat, then that's where things get really complex.
So if we make the prompt, if we can even take then it could be
That's a pretty advanced question, but that's where your designing the orchestration matters. You need to create a good design structure for your orchestration. Okay. When I say orchestration, you can think of semantic kernel, length chains. So Opogen, all these layers, the orchestration should be set properly so that your multi-agent chat should work properly. So it's not only about the prompt. Any other questions? Okay, so enjoy the rest of your day. If you ever carry on with the exercise for Copilot Camp, not just for the questions, if you have any feedback, if you have any suggestions, etc., feel free to reach out. Always happy to have chats and discuss more about your particular scenarios. Okay, thanks so much, everyone.
Whenever you're ready, you tell me. Can you switch in the display settings? Display setting, yeah. Swap presenters. Yeah. Okay, let's do it again. Sorry. Yeah, let's keep it like that. Let's keep it like that. It's just that online they are seeing this. If you want to duplicate, it's
Yeah.
fine like that.
That's fine.
Okay. You can go.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So, thank you for joining. And I think this is the 100th week of aMP, OS, aMP. There are a lot of. So, I am here just to present a few things about using Copilot Studio. So, if you remember from the keynote session, hearing something about the Copilot agent, Copilot Studio, how to create it, how to use it. So I will explain these things about Copilot Studio. Able to create the agent as well as the plugins. I'd like to thank our sponsors, Microsoft, who is helping us to running this event and allowing all these like-minded people to be on the same platform. So thank you all the sponsors. And then this is the current event we have, and these are the upcoming events in March. So if anyone wants to join as an attendee, they can just have a look on that. And before I jump or start my session, I would like to briefly give you my introduction. Myself, Kirti, and I traveled from India just to present this session here. And I am running a small company, and we are providing this Microsoft 365 services, along with all development as well as the consulting services criteria. Passionate to share my knowledge wherever it is possible, either it's a kind of building in different places within India or outside of India, wherever I am, I can reach out to different people. So that's the. We are also running a user group in our local community just to educate all the developer community what is available in the market apart from our day-to-day professional life. So just to provide some hands-on on the right information to the community, build a strong community for those individuals. And if you want to get in touch with me, then you can connect with me on the social media handle, which is on the right side of the slide. And I have been nominated as a MVP in two categories this year. So first one was priority, and then I have contributed in Power Platform and other developments related to the was get to batch for that too. So this is all about me, and I'm just trying to give you this session very kind of introductory or immediately, where you will be understanding to have some information on different stacks available for the Copilot, right? And then what is an agent and how we can use Copilot Studio to use that functionality to create our agents. as I mentioned, there are a lot of options available, like the workshop session. We have seen that teams a library, Azure OpenAI, Azure Portal, and then we can create our own agent, and then we can choose it, those agents as a plugin or some connectors. So before I jump into this whole agenda briefly, I would like to know how many of you are working with Power Platform. And I'm sure that everyone knows about the Copilot, so I will not ask any questions about the Copilot. So let's see. So this Copilot that I'm just considering, this is related to Microsoft Power, but you can eventually come to know that how this Copilot is everywhere for all the Microsoft 365 services. So if you think about that, how this Power Platform is enabled with your Power Platform along with the Copilot. So if you think that from bottom to top, like we have this data versus a managed environments where we can have different environments available now. And then we have this AI builder, connectors, Dataverse, then Power Apps. So everywhere we are seeing that Copilot is anywhere, somehow it is involved, right? And how many of you work with Power Business? So now with Power Business, we have the Copilot available. Like if you just ask something, okay, I want to create this activity in this phase, then it will provide suggestions apart from the fields you have mentioned, and it will create this activity for you that can be available in your database directly. Right? So it will ease our development efforts as well as the understanding how what are the data types we require for those fields. It will automatically identify based on the name we can provide. And then these are the other services we can consider that Copilot can be used in that. And then now our main topic is agent. So before we start, so we should understand what is an agent. Right? So this is a kind of normal definition, like agent use AI. How agent is replying us, right? Whatever the keyword or the parameter we are entering, how it will understand I need to get this information from XYZ location, right? So it says agents use AI to automate and execute business processes first, or working alongside or on behalf of a person or team or organization. Consider as a chatbot, right? Chatbot where we will not be able to see any human. We are just allowing user to use the interface could be your Teams channel or your web application or SharePoint portal from where you can just type in something and pull the data. Right? So to understand how that data comes to the user, right? So that whole mechanism is available to you. So as a developer, what are the different options available? We can think about creating this agent or use the Copilot from this diagram. First option is we can use the Microsoft Copilot, which is available out of the box, right? That's the simple one. But sometimes we have some kind of business requirement which cannot allow us to use this available templates or the available Microsoft Copilots options available in the system. So what we are doing, we are creating based on our applications. Either there are two options. Either we can create from scratch or extend. Right? In this workshop, in the second session, second part of the workshop, first part of the workshop, we were using the extensibility of this Copilot. So in that case, we can extend that based on our requirement, and then it could be available into your website. Website could be anything, your organization website or your public facing website. So where we will be using that. Then, if you think about the Copilot, as I mentioned, there are a lot of options available to create this agent or PPC. So in Copilot Studio, it's nothing but a kind of low-code tool where we will be able to create agents and extend in Microsoft 365 Copilot. So it will allow us a kind of interface from where we just need to click, then it will be available for us. The same thing can be created using Azure program. Like we have to create the resources, create Copilot, then resource, go to the foundry, and then create your deployment model and get your job done, right? So the same thing can be done using the Copilot. Now, if we think first here in the bottom of the screen, you can see to meet your users where they are, right? That will allow us to connect with that. We can access everything in one place. So these are the some benefits which can help us to like utilize the Copilot Studio in a better way. Then we can automate our workflows. I will share one example which I have worked upon. And then we can integrate this application with our external apps. External apps, if we have created something, we can integrate this functionality into Teams and allow it to be solved. Then we can connect our data in Microsoft 365. So the demo I will show you that how we can bring in our own data using any of the deployment model. And then we can get the data from that resource. Either it could be your website URL or file service, file servers, or any Azure search, whatever the data source you have assigned, it will bring the data. So Copilot Studio will use to create that interface. And these are the different services where we can utilize this Copilot or agent created using the Copilot, right? So mostly right now we are using this for the HR, for the induction process. So what we have done, like we have created one agent or created a couple of options and created a plugin also where it will bring the data from the data source as a PDF file we have uploaded into SharePoint document library. It's a kind of question and answer kind of introduction documentation. So whenever this new employee comes into the organization, so earlier these the customer were spending like a couple of days just to provide them all this information, where to go, to connect from, where you can get the information. So we created that kind of plugin kind of thing available in Microsoft Teams. From there, employees just need to enter the questions, and whatever the questions they are asking for, it will get the data from the document which we have uploaded in this SharePoint document library, pull that information and provide them. Right? So it will save the time, and employee can also complete the induction process in a day or in a few hours. So save the time as well as the hours, productivity hours, so they can immediately start working on any of the project. So that is there, and then each and every page have a life cycle, right? Each and every application have a life cycle. So same way, Copilot is also having some life cycle options available. So first we can create an agent. So after creating an agent, what assume that you are creating something and you want to train that model to get the highest accuracy is the correct answer. Right? So first we can create an agent. We can check our knowledge, like whatever the information we are trying to retrieve from that agent, we can just pass in some keyword getting this information. Then if we are not satisfied with that, we can add our logic as well as the topic. Right? We have to create the topic and add our logic over here. And then after that, we can add the actions. Like after executing my logic, what action I want to take based on the input I have received, right? And then it comes to the now I'm satisfied with this step. Okay, I am okay. Whatever the information I am entering, I am getting data. Now it is time for user. How my user will interact with their application. So in that case, I will use the multiple channels. So channels could be anything. Yeah, your Microsoft Teams, Facebook, Twitter, or any channel site. Any site you can consider as a channel. And then after make it available for user, you can try to improve that application based on the acceptance criteria or feedback from the user, and then monitor how it is utilized, like how many users per day accessing this application and getting it. And then once this is done, you can extend the threshold. So make it available for other users so they can access the data source which is provided by your organization or this plugin and within the system. So that's how this life cycle works, and based on that, you can identify that how all the users will get benefited with the agent. Now, there are different options available to create it. So here I try to create like four options. First, out of the box agent. You can create the out of the box templates available in the system and just select any of them and the skeleton structure will be ready to go along with few of the topics. And based on your requirement, you can extend topic and add other knowledge, add conditions, and based on that, you can explore. And if you want to have some kind of conversational bot, like it can talk with you as a human, then you can create a natural language kind of agent where you will build agents by engaging in a conversational, natural, human-like experience. Like it will not feel like I am talking with some system, but it will reply you back in a human way. Like if I'm asking, hello, how are you doing? Then it may ask you, hi, I'm doing fine, how are you doing? Kind of, right? And then if you want something kind of visualization available when you are accessing this agent, then you can create kind of modern UX. Like in the previous session, there are a couple of options available. If I want to build something into the adaptive card, then I can create that, implement the UX, how that will make user experience better while accessing the system or the agent. And then last one is the code. So low code, no code, and pro code. There are three options available when we are talking about this development project. So if you want to create something which is not available or implemented, we cannot implement using three options, then we have an option to go with the code. Where you have different options, you can use Visual Studio Code along with Teams AI library and bring in everything whatever you want. Like you can access OpenAI where you are endpoints, keys and everything, and then push that to your Microsoft Teams. Okay. So these are different options available where we can implement using any of the skill based on our teams development teams skill. We can utilize any of those. And then this is kind of simple introduction of how we can, what are the different components available. So I can showcase you that when I open the Azure, Copilot Studio, I can explain that this is related to this, this slide is related to this screen or from here we can do it. So I'm just jumping into the demo now and show you that how we can create it, a simple agent. So, first thing is to create any agent using Copilot. First, we have to log in into the Copilot Studio. Once you are logged in, then you have to select the environment. You can see on the top right one. For which environment you are going to create it. So, this is the prerequisites. First, log in into that and select the environment. And once you are in, then you will have this screen. And in the left side section, you have different options: create, then build, deploy. So you can see in a better way. So these are different options available. So I have already created one agent. So you can see when I click on agent, you can see the agent name and the details we have provided. It will be there. So first we create, click on create, and then follow the steps like how it is coming out. So once I click on create, and after this session, I can share one document which I have. Like I have already prepared one document along with the steps. So that will help you to execute this whole exercise. right? These are the steps I have mentioned. So first you have to log in, navigate to this site, log in with your credentials. Then you have to select the environment, for which environment you are going to create it. Then once you are into the system in Copilot Studio, then you can have different templates available also. So let me open that too first. Bottom of the page, you have different options available. So these are the out of the box templates available in agent, right? So if I want to create any kind of travel application agent in my organization, then I can use Safe Travels. Or if I want to use kind of Q&A or knowledge repository for my organization, then I can go to the website Q&A. And then if I want to check something for IT help desk, just allow to enhance the productivity, I can use this. But what if I do not want to use any of this, right? So in that case, we have an option to create new user. So let's create new user. And once I click on that, it will ask me to fill in some information like the name of my agent. I'm just skip configuration. And then here we have to provide that like name, description, instruction. So this is important, name and description, because it will help everyone to understand for which purpose you have created this agent, right? If you are purely working on this Copilot or agent development or plugin development, so these are the most important field which we can allow user or ask user to please fill in that information while you are creating that. So let me just give it DXP 25. Instruction you can put in any way, but I do not want to give any instruction right now. But that will help you like how you are interacting with this agent, right? Sometimes we are asking for intent. In which intent you are asking the question, and what is your the wordings you are using to get that information, right? So you can also use that. And the most important point is the knowledge. This one, right? So if you want to add any kind of knowledge which can help or enhance your result, you can use that. So let's add this. Let me come back here. So how many of you have worked with any kind of plugins development, any experience to bring in the data from any website or any document? So do we have any option to merge two different data sources? Let's say for an example, I have like let's get an example of profiles. My organization is hiring for recruitment agency where I am receiving a number of profiles every day, right? So how I can identify that one organization specific requirement comes, okay, I need this kind of profile, this much of the experience required. So how I can find from those X number of profiles, right? So in that case, we can use this knowledge repo or the source from where I can just upload the data or upload the PDF file or Word file into that location and bring in everything into my agent, right? So that's why we are using the knowledge. So let's say, for example, right now we are not using any knowledge, right? We will create the plain vanilla agent. So I'm just clicking on create. And parallelly I open the document, so you come to know that where we are. So in this document I have used this travel agent template, sorry, travel templates, where you can see, let's say if I want to find something related to the best places to visit in Dubai, right? So I can just provide this Dubai government website as a source URL, and I can type in something, then it will bring the data from there, right? So right? So this is the vanilla agent. Now you can see we have this payload available for the workplay area available for us, from where I can type in something and it will be in the data, right? So let's see. Is the I'm just asking who is the Prime Minister of India, and it will try to retrieve the data, right? So it will bring the data, and here you can see till October 2023, right? So this is depends on which model you are using. If you use the Turbo 35, GPT Turbo 35, then it might display the data till 2021, right? So it depends like which model we are going to use and how we want to bring the data. So here we have not write any kind of uh, line of code or any data source provided, and then it is still pulling the information from the website, right, as per the algorithm. Now, what if I want to bring in something from my data source? I want to bring my own data. Let's say my organization is having this induction program or the hiring process every month, and we are looking for the skilled candidates. So we are sharing this job description on the portal and bringing those profiles into the system. Right? So when someone is uploading this profile, it will directly pull it into a Sherpa document library. So that document library or my file server, I can use as a data source. Let's say, for example, I want to add public website, or I have an option to upload the files, right, directly. Now, here is the difference. If I am going to use this OpenAI and Foundry, right, where I have to create the deployment model first. And under that deployment model, I have to add the source. So there I have these options are available over there, but it comes as a drop down. So I have to select from where I want to pull the data. So for an example, if I for this session let me go with this public website, so you can bring the data from that website. But the same way, if we have the large number of files, we'll see if I then I upload these 35 odd profiles into the system and then we can go. So first, I'll go with the public website option, and then I have to provide the link. So let's say, for example, I'm just giving this is the link, clicking on add, and I can change the name just for my understanding. Okay, this is the URL link with this organization. So I'm just putting here and confirm and then add. So I am using this website as my data source for this agent. Right? So once this data ingestion is completed, so what will be the next step? It will bring in the data, automatically crawl it, create the index, and ingest everything which is linked with this URL. Right? So my link is there. Now let's see, and from here I can also create some kind of triggers, actions, topics, right? So it is depend on how we want to allow the interaction with end user. So based on that, we can create this kind of algorithm. But let's directly type here after that. mm, what kind of services Speaking provides? Right? So it will bring in all the data from this URL which I have provided. And if this is the description, but if this query finds more references, then it will come like this. References, if you want to do services, and these are the options under that. The child services we are providing for this Microsoft 365 applications. So the same way, you can create or use a different data source and bring in the data, right? Now, if I click on any of the link, it will redirect me to this website URL from where it is getting this information. So we have used this as a data source, and the reference in what as a services. So it opens this service that can get the details from you, right? So this is one example. Now, what if I want to? Okay, I'm satisfied with this, and I want this to be available for my end user, or I want to publish it into the channels, in Teams channel, so my Teams user can access that, right? So in the same screen, we have an option called publish, right? So once I click on publish, so this is one example, and the same way, if this is done in a short time, then I can explain, or let me show you that the PDF files I have. So so once you are done with publish, and you can make it available in any of the channel. That's the last step, right? How this agent can be interacted with any of the users from my organization. So these are the different options available. Teams that better to test with the demo website, but we are not having any kind of complex agent, so I can directly go to Microsoft Teams and clicking on that Teams and turn on Teams. I have already created one agent here, so I'll show you that, right? Teams, this one, see? This one I have already created. It does the same thing. Like once it is available in the Teams channel, then it will open like this. Here in the back side, it will be available for your user. You can pin it, or and then you can just type in something where it is located, and it will bring the data from that data source, right? What source you have used as a website. So let's see. Yeah, channel and availability option. So if you want to download this as a package and allowing this package to be available in your old tenant, then you can use this option. Download zip file, create, get the SPTK file, upload it to your Teams admin, and make it available for all users, organizations, right? But if you are testing this application, then it's better to personalize at your level, and once it is like you are getting more insights or more information from the management, okay, this is what we are looking out says, and then you can make it available for the users, right? So that's how we can use into the Teams. And I'll show you one more thing. I'm just deleting the data. So I'm just removing this data now, or disabling it. Here we have good option, like if you want to test couple of things. Like first I have just provided this website URL. Now I want to test with some data which is available in my local system, right? So I can just create add knowledge, sorry, add knowledge, then files. So these are the like 35 odd profiles I have in my system, in my physical file, and I'm just uploading those files here. Right. So all these files will be available in the system. You can change the name if you want. And after that, I can just click on add, and then it will try to ingest all the data available for all the files, right? Regardless, whatever the format this file had. These PDF files have different languages, different formats, different set of experienced people. So that will help my organization. If someone is looking for a candidate in Dubai who knows about the local language, right? So I can identify from this because I have any kind of profile available in the system which is related to any kind of experience. Right? So here we have that information. Now I'm just typing something here on asking for please share profile of .NET developers with 5+ years experience. Let's see what it comes with. And then I'll show you that the actual PDF file may have different format, different language, and different set of technical skills. So it is still coming from the okay. I need to publish it. I forgot to publish it, so it was getting the older data set reference. So I think it is taking some time to ingest in this data because there are 35 files. So once it is done, then I will be able to see this information same way, but with a different data source. So I can bring in everything what I am looking for and my organization looking for, and then sometimes what happens like we are allowing the end user who are accessing our facing site to connect with our services or other information what they are looking for rather than navigating this whole website and get that information. Right? So that way we can create this channel and allow this agent to be available anywhere. So this is a simple example how you can use Copilot Studio creatives and play with this algorithm. You can add the knowledge topic, and then if you're satisfied with all this algorithm, then you can bring in more information just to get accurate output when user is trying to get some information from that data. And then based on the feedback and the requirement, you can extend it, right? Along with you can use some kind of a pro code if required. If you want to integrate something with the .NET, right? Then you can also use these Teams library, Teams CPL, Teams .NET library, AI library, and use the code just to integrate with some other services rather than using into any of this Copilot Studio. And other thing like we had a couple of questions when we are presenting similar session to other events. Like as I mentioned, what if I have these different data sources, right? Either you are using this OpenAI or using this. So here you see we have that option available, but I'm not sure how it will work. But if you use OpenAI, then you have data section. So I think it should be there. Like if I want to bring in some profile from my file server, and same way we have created a kind of solution which bringing all the emails related to profile, AI builder tool, then uh, profile and put it into the SharePoint document library. And I want to use that library as a data source. So I can merge both these data sources and get the relevant information from both the applications. Create those kind of agents or plugins or uh, uh, you can say connectors which can help us to enhance the productivity of the. So that's how this is just a kind of basic kind of walk around like how Copilot Studio can be utilized and how we can implement agents. Yeah, I think I'm done on time. Yeah. Any questions or any suggestions or any business case you want to discuss? Yes.
So if we have a bill set of then there is this data manipulation.
I'm not sure about the size, but it will take more time to ingest the data. Because what happens when we are uploading something into SharePoint document library, let's take this example. So it will crawl everything, index everything, whatever you are updating single character or updating file or editing. So it will index everything from beginning, let's say default cycle, right? For all talent data, right? The same applies here. If you are changing something, let's say for example, file servers. I have uploaded 35 CP from my folder, right? Now I am adding 36 files. So it will not be available here because I have uploaded those files. But if I am using the SharePoint site URL or some URL from where the data is available, for newly added data or deleted data, that will be immediately affected from the same.
For websites,
Yes.
it is connectivity.
Yes, because it's directly connected to the website. And for file server, I have to upload that manually because it's a disconnected environment. File server, once uploaded, that's done.
So we share it as well if we are taking them not
Yes.
and Dataverse as of now is connected.
Dataverse. Dataverse, we don't have an option. We have SharePoint, public website. Okay, yeah, Dataverse is there. Yeah. So, three options.
If we want to connect with our knowledge,
Yes. Or you can create one document location from Dataverse to go to the advanced settings and create the document location. Then you can it's a SharePoint site, but you can also bring in the data from there using that. Any business scenario?
And can I connect this to my dynamics data, getting the sales data, for example, I have to sell in that particular.
I have not explored with that sales model as of now, but in sales we have the default our perform score by calculator. But I'm not sure how it will behave when we are trying to bring in the data in terms of report kind of custom plugin. Custom plugin option is there where we have the ability to extend this agent to whatever we are looking out for. Where you can implement that modern UI UX, take control of some visualization code, is can bring the data, and once the data is in, then it's a program. Right? We have to inject the data into visualize how it will be reflected when the adaptive part will work. So that's really take it, but I'm not sure about this. I have not explored that. Maybe we'll see. So, yeah, we can because we have the option, data was option. But for ERP, I would suggest to go with the plugin. Just create the plugin. I have created a couple of plugins. One example, like uh, I just got the reference from Ravia and Asas, one of the sessions we had delivered regarding this custom plugin. So, how to inject or integrate something from Azure DevOps into Microsoft Teams. Though we have the Azure DevOps apps available in Teams, but I want to create one project. I created one Teams channels, added my users over there. They are reporting over there if in case they are traveling. Right? Now, some my project manager is asking for an update. System is having already all these updates from my side, and I have added everything, but I'm not able to update the status. It's completed from my side. So client is now my PM is asking, okay, update the status, it is done. Now I'm traveling and I don't have an option. So create a kind of plugin which can bring in that Azure DevOps API call, open the adaptive part, and all Azure DevOps information regarding that ticket, I can view that and I can do the pull process. That scenario, I do not have to change the scope from Microsoft Teams. Click on the link, it will not open Azure DevOps. I can see everything in the same context of Teams, right? So it will ease my job to update everything anywhere. That's the kind of business scenario we have. Thank you. Thank you for
deeper when we talk about organization and culture. So, for example, you have defined an operating model to industrialize the adoption and use of AI. So it's not only enabling a tool, but it's also make sure that you have the support. For example, if one of your employees have an error using that tool or does not know how to use that tool, and so on and so forth. Just conscious of time, we will go then a bit short on that one because I want to show you this one. The AI-driven business transformations. So those are pillars that corresponds to those one, but from a business perspective, enrich the employee experience. This is the first pillar that can drive the business transformation. Making sure that, I don't know, if you have some people opening a ticket, they call the support, that the experience to get their issue resolved goes way faster. Enrich the employee experience and reinvent the customer engagement are very fast. Reshape the business process. And this is, for me, the most interesting one, the more challenging one, but also the most interesting one. Because you have already a business process that has been working within your organization for years and years, and it works perfectly fine. Why should I go and try to reinvent the wheel? But with the power of AI, you can easily see that an existing business process can be very enhanced, very easily. For example, I don't know, if you have an Excel sheet with tons of data that someone receives every week or every day or every month, let's say every month. Now, for example, with Copilot, Excel or any other AI, within a couple of prompts, you can ask the agent to reformat the data, to add some columns, to add some formulas only for you, and even to analyze the data and do some projection. Now with Excel for Python, when you trigger a prompt, it will generate for you a Python script that you can see, you can edit if you want as well, huh? And understand more and more your data. And this leads us to bend the curve on innovation. Innovation, regardless of any kind of innovation, it's not like that, and people are adopting. We need to not force it, but make the people adopt it and know how to use the technology in the right way. If you give M365 Copilot to someone that has never done a prompt, of course, that user, the person that will read, or even yourself, you will use it a bit, but then I'm not getting the result that I want. No, it's not the truth. Maybe it's also. Maybe, let's see how can you use Copilot. Some customer voice. So, not hear it from me, hear it from our customers that are already adopted the technology, and yeah, this is kind of a summary with every four of the pillar. Those customers already adopted the technology, and for example, some of them adopted the technology in different pillars, not only one pillar. If we take, for example, the story of aMP, so it's one of the largest banks in Turkey. So with the help of OpenAI, they built agents that goes through 10,000 of articles. So they have a knowledge base. What's a knowledge base? It's like a base where they put some kind of documentation. For example, my USB port is not working. Okay, they describe the steps to resolve this issue. You have the blue screen, the blue screen. They have a step, something like that, things like that. So they have more than 10,000 of articles, and with the help of Azure OpenAI, so they built Netherlands, so
a Gen AI agent that is hosted in Azure. And with that agent, they created a bot that automatically answers not only the employee, but also their customers. And what they are saying is that it's true. It's not 100%. It's 90% of the time. The cost is correct, and it takes seconds. Of course, previously, you will need to, see, what's the problem, go into the knowledge base, do a search. Perfectly fine, do a search, but then analyze the answer and provide that answer to your user, your customer, whoever that person is. But with this, it's completely automated. The response gets sent directly, and there is no, between brackets, human interaction. When I say no human interaction, it's that everything is checked, of course, because they have put in place some controls from government to see, what are the answers. They have put some alerts, for example, to see if the answers make sense. So there is some governance around. So the agent save 3 minutes for every interaction. This is huge. Because 3 minutes they seem nothing, but then a question. I'll let you do the math. How much time this saves? Sanabil Investment, so it's a bank in Saudi Arabia. They invested, so they went with a partner, and they invested in M365 Copilot, so the whole suite of M365 Copilot, so the agent that is embedded in all the Office application, and they saw that an increase in the employee productivity, particularly in the creation and the presentation. So every we call it the generation of content. They saw that within 2 months, approximately 70% of the employee now regularly use Copilot. Of course, Copilot, Gemini, Claude, whatever. It's not a tool that, you have it, you somehow know how to use it, and then you're gonna use it well, and you're gonna use it for your needs. It takes time. There's an adoption curve, and just to go back to what we were saying a bit before, we need to bend that curve to make the adoption a lot quicker, better. Last one, last but not least, UBS. They enabled many things. Just only put some of them, but they really reinvented their whole business process. They really reinvented. Honestly, for me, UBS is like they were really the pioneers in adopting this technology. They built agent. They built what they called, so it was kind of a mixture between different solutions hosted on Azure, and they built some what they call smart assistant to streamline the content, to access and provide real-time information to their client, advisor, and this was what boost the efficiency and the client engagement. So they restructured, they like went from the ground, restructured everything, and now it's a pretty good success story. Before jumping to this one, I would like to call my friend on the stage with me to talk about his experience. So please give a round of applause to Sultan. Hello.
Thank you, Hala.
You're welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sultan. I work at JP Morgan, but I'm here in a personal capacity. So I just want to talk about the trends that we're seeing here in the MENA region, HCC, about AI and data centers. As you all know, the region here is growing a lot. And the region is very specific in terms of what they can offer and what they're looking at data centers. So I mean, now currently there are so much dealings going on between Microsoft, Google, Amazon. The first Amazon data center was in Bahrain. Okay, the Bahrain was a pioneer of data centers in the region. And then now UAE has the most data center GCC. But Saudi, they are picking up a lot. Oman, Qatar, all these countries, they are big on data centers. And I think the difference between what we see here and the West, as far as US or Europe, is that the driver behind this are mainly the public sector, the sovereign wealth funds of the countries. So either here ADQ Mubadala, the government, or in Saudi, the public investment fund, KNF, they are the main drivers of these data centers investments. And if you look also at partnerships, now there's a G42 here. It's well known. They have alliance with Microsoft, which is being driven more on the AI space. I think if you ask ourselves why region here is really focused heavily on AI and other sectors, the first thing it's about the policies. The region here, they want to support the digital transformation. Okay, they have visions. Vision 2030 South, 2021 here in UAE. So they want to look at AI and data centers, part of the transformation of the journey of the countries. Then there is rapid growth. What we're seeing here. If you look at just simple things of e-commerce, it is PNPL now, buy now, pay later, which are booming everywhere. The Tabis, the Tamara, the regions. Okay, so these are e-commerce is demanding also AI and data center boost. And also look at the region here, demographics wise. Okay, I mean Saudi, it's it's an economy, young economy, I call it. Okay, and more than 60% of the people are below 30 years old in Saudi. So also demographics here are different than the West. It's a young population that in demand of technology, which also is driving this. And then the smart cities ideas, of course, they here look at NEOM. The idea is to build a smart city. Thus, also these big data center investments to create these smart cities. Then what's also happening here is about the energy. Data centers are hungry for energy. We all know that, very hungry. So the region here, they have low cost for energy, as we all know. Either because on the classical what we call fuel production side, fossil fuels, or even at renewable energy. The region is a mix of renewable energy between solar, hydrogen, for example, the green hydrogen project, also NEOM. So this also helps to attract more data centers because of the cost of reduced energy. And finally, what's also very specific in this region is the neutrality of the region. They have their own stance. They're not with the West and with the East. Okay, they're being very neutral. For example, you do a subsea cable. Okay, it's ideal here so that they're able to bring a subsea from Europe until Asia. Okay, because they're able to have this neutrality that they're working on with all the regions. So they're able to have treaties with US, Europe, Asia, while you don't see the same, for example, in other countries. So that's very important. And also the trends of new corridors, shifting corridors. The region here is very focused on Africa. And Africa also, they are a young economy, and they're also hungry for investments and for data centers. So this is why I think the region here is very, very specific and very hungry for AI and data centers. As Ala was saying, the return on existence. Many companies also utilize it. They know they cannot compete, with AI with the big hyperscalers or the big companies. It's for their own efficiency. It's more B2B than B2C. So if you look, I always that's why it's being driven, by the public sector, because they want to buy efficiencies before their companies. Then I think there's really a lot of appetite, from financial institutions, from banks, to be able to step in and finance this project, because also the return on investment is really very appealing. So yeah, I just want to share some views of what I've been seeing in the personal side on data centers, on AI, and I think this region will be the main driver of the future of the AI data centers worldwide.
You think that this region has a step ahead?
I think they do have in terms of vision. Yes. Yeah. They know what they want. The path is clear. They keep differentiating themselves. So now the trend is AI. So they will keep investing and focusing on this, and also very smart. They do it through partnerships, which enables them to bring the know-how into the country.
Great future ahead.
Yeah.
Let's move to UAE.
Yeah, sure.
Jeff Morgan is working on some AI model for trading.
I'm here my personal. Yeah. No, I'm personal, so I cannot say anything. I can tell you that as a bank, it's public news, because we invest around $10 million in knowledge every year. We have a workforce of 130 plus people. Around 25% is in IT. Thank you. Thank you.
On a last note, conscious of time, because this is a dev track at the end. This one. This is the stack that we are talking about. Because also we have the Copilot devices, and we have the Copilot and AI stack. So okay, we know the Copilot is the SaaS environment, the Copilot devices. So we are talking about computers that will have embedded Copilot, LLM, embedded directly in the machine, and we have the Copilot and AI stack. This is what we call, what it is, the trustworthy AI, because everything runs safely, because everything runs within your environment. So the environment that you are already trusting, your email, your OneDrive document, your SharePoint site, your team messages, this runs on the same environment. So it runs already on the environment that you already trust, that is already safe, that is already secure, and completely private to you. That if you share the document with the whole organization, then it's done. But the problem is not really private. And there's a common and capabilities. We scale the servers, of course, to make sure that the customers have the right good experience. But when we talk about the Copilot and AI stack, we have different tools or environment, but it's already in the world's most developed tools that you are using, of course. So you already saw the integration with Copilot Studio, the agent through Copilot Studio. It's already embedded deeply in this environment. With Visual Studio, it's also can be also embedded, so you no longer need to type all the code, create all the classes, all the
the structure of your classes, you can just ask Copilot with it, we just do it, we create it for you. Same thing on GitHub. It can even provision all projects for you already. I'm not saying that, okay, just do a prompt and let the project choose, but at least you have a good strong skeleton, and then you can improve and then also use Copilot to enhance the code to fit your needs. And finally, but not least, we have the Azure AI Foundry. So let's imagine it as a big place, a big market, where you can pick and choose AI-related technology. So you can build your own agent, you can choose your own LLM, you can choose your own version, you can choose everything. You can choose if you want to enable that agent to create images or to interpret code, for example. So you have every like a big stack of AI already ready, let's say stack, and it's completely integrated, seamless in the just want to show it again. Your voice was still up. And yeah, I think as a conclusion, as I was mentioning, we have an exciting future ahead. AI has been so much available now to everyone, and really it's just the beginning. When you see what's coming, better to catch that super fast airplane before it's definitely too late. So thank you very much for attending the session, for being here, and yeah, feel free mingle to ask me any questions. So I will just stop it on YouTube. Consciousness of time for the other presenters. But yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
to focus user attention on the value that your agent is providing. In the video, you can provide a demo or scenario walkthrough of your agent. Both of these are a great ways to visually show the value of your agent. So finally, moving on to the last part, which is providing support to the end users. So they will be needing support in adopting your agent, and hence providing a comprehensive documentation is a good idea. The documentation can include detailed instruction for admins, for users, for any sort of business stakeholders, any sort of success stories or the impact that your agent have created. It's good to include in this document. For store published app, ISVs can make use of publisher.url field and make sure that this documentation is directly available within the Teams Admin Center. For line of business apps, companies can host these documentation on the intranet, ensuring that it is easily accessible for all administrators and stakeholders to facilitate a smooth deployment and user experience. In summary, having a unique name and logo, well-written description, proper screenshot and videos, and a supporting documentation is what makes an agent stand out. Moving further, like we have discussed about user awareness, the next bucket is user experience. So once users have decided to add the agent, they will start interacting with it. This is where the user experience becomes important. So let's now discuss what makes up for a great user experience. These agents are meant to be expert assistant and can be configured to provide personalized experience. For this, the first thing you will have to do is to define a set of rules, the expected inputs and the outputs, collectively known as instructions. A well-structured set of instructions ensures that the agent understands its roles and tasks and how to interact with the end users. The following are the main components of instruction. Purpose or area of expertise of the agent, essentially what you want the agent to do. General guidelines, including, let's say, tonality, any sort of restriction that it should avoid, any sort of greeting, the way it should be responding to the user. And lastly, the skills or the main task that your agent should perform. It could be summarizing something, it could be generating something, it could be automating tasks, providing explanation, or guiding the user through processes. These are all called skills, which are the main part of an agent. On the left-hand side, you can see an example of the learning coach agent and how the purpose, guidelines, and skills have been defined for it within the instruction. In addition to these things, you can also include any sort of instruction related to error handling, how the error should be handled, capabilities and plugin related instructions, any examples or use of non-standard terms which the LLM would not know, but your company or you will be using internally. So this instruction field is available only for the declarative agent. For the plugin based agent, you have semantic description field where you can provide more details about the commands and parameters that you have used. Agent creation will be an iterative process. So you may not probably get all things right the first time. Hence, it is important to iteratively improve the instruction, knowledge, any action that you have added, and make sure like you have a very structured set of instructions so that you can make changes to it quickly and see the output. Some of the best practices to follow are like be very specific of what you want your agent to do. Write step-by-step instruction with clear syntax so that it is easier for the agent to follow it, and then provide examples wherever necessary. So this was all about instructions, which provide a basic level of personalization to your agent. But it is only by adding knowledge, capabilities, and actions that you unlock the true potential of these agents and provide a great user value. You can connect the agent with external knowledge sources like SharePoint, Graph Connector, OneDrive, public websites. Coming forward, emails, personal graph will also be coming. And you can also enable enable your agent to perform advanced calculation and generate images. For this, you'll have to add code interpreter and graphic art capabilities. In the second set of images, here you can see like how code interpreter capability has been used to generate a Fibonacci series, and a graphic art capability has been used to generate a image based on the user prompt. And finally, by adding API plugins, you can enable the agent to retrieve information or to perform any task such as updating a record or completing a transaction in an external database. So in here, you can use API plugins. Make sure that for any of the CRUD operations, you are asking for explicit user permission as highlighted in the third image. So before performing any of the operations, you have to make sure you are asking for the explicit permission. As a best practice, it is good to include how and when agents should use the defined knowledge sources, capabilities, and actions within the instructions itself. And if you want to publish your agent in the store, it is mandatory to have API plugins defined in the manifest package. Without that, publishing in the store is not allowed. In real life, if you look, user wants responses for complex queries involving multiple parameters. These responses are called compound utterance. As you can see in the example for Northwind inventory agent, this is an example how the Patrick, is there any question?
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, I was hearing some voice. I thought.
Sorry, there was some discussion, but sorry to interrupt.
No issues. So I'll continue. No, since I'm not able to see, I'm relying on your voice to give me any sort of cue if there are any questions. If not, I'll continue. Great. So as you can see, this is one example on my screen for Northwind inventory agent, and how compound utterance or the prompt having multiple parameter have been used. Like find items which are low in stock. Low in stock is the first parameter, with average discount less than 15%, which is the second parameter, supplied by London in Northwind inventory. So this is an example for the three parameters and how it is used. And in real life scenario, this is most useful. So Copilot agent should support compound utterances by handling more parameter for rich user experience. This helps in deep retrieval of accurate information. And so instead of supporting just a simple prompt like find tickets assigned to me, it is good if your agent is also supporting find tickets assigned to me last week for Contoso project. Moving on, your responses must also include rich information and citation, allowing users to trace and verify the information source easily. So you can make use of either adaptive card or inline text. On the left, you can see how responses appear in the Copilot chat using an adaptive card format. It includes content and preview. Hovering on the preview reveals detailed information in the adaptive card. The right side displays the platform citation feature, which include in-text citation and sensitivity level as part of the AI library. To maintain transparency, it is important to inform users that the content is AI generated in accordance with the responsible AI requirement. This disclaimer is present by default in Copilot surfaces at the footer, and for CEAs, it's platform provided feature, so you can make use of AI library, and bot messages prominently feature an AI generated label text to the bot's name. So this is here how you can see, like using the AI library, you can put this label, and hover over disclaimer clarifies that the AI generated content may not always be accurate or may be incorrect. So this is how it comes here. For now, this is not customizable, and you can just edit and it will be coming in this format only. And finally, it's important to get user feedback on the satisfaction of the response generated by the AI. So thumbs up and thumbs down feedback button is a great feature which is present by default in the Copilot, and it allows for gathering quick feedback on the responses. For CEAs, you can again make use of AI library to add these buttons underneath the responses. And this simple feedback mechanism helps in training and refining the AI, ensuring that AI is learning and providing more accurate information with time. So this was about user experience. Now I will ask my colleague Harsha to walk us through the other buckets for building high quality agents.
Okay. Hello everyone. Thank you, Raja, for covering the topic so far. I'm looking to take you through topics on user engagement, technical requirements, and security related aspects of building a high quality agent. So zero query prompts are developer-defined prompts that help users and quickly start using the Copilot agent. In the example that is shown here for Relic Cloud, users are presented with starter prompts related to project timeline, budget, roles, which will help in faster onboarding of the user. And depending on the type of the agent, developer can build these sample prompts using the different manifest fields, properties shown here. It is recommended to keep the zero query prompt simple and ensure that it always returns a response whenever the user clicks on it. This is very important from having a good first-hand experience for the end users. These zero query prompts disappear once user starts the conversation with the agent. But these remain accessible from the bottom right pill that you see here or here. Right? At any given point, the user may go here and access these zero query prompts. While zero query prompts help in first and prompts create end user engagement once the conversation. In the sample screenshot that you see here, Copilot continues to provide useful prompt suggestions, taking the context of ongoing conversation. For declarative agent types, these are platform provided, where developers do not have any control. But in case of custom engine agents, developer can define these suggested prompts using server-side code. Coming to technical requirements, there are 5 important technical requirements developers should ensure for a good end user experience. The first one is the manifest version. You must use a manifest version which is
okay. Hi everyone.
This is very
Can you hear me clearly?
Building an agent. If the version is lower,
hi everyone. Can you hear me clearly?
You'll be able to build teams, or you will not be able to build an agent here, right? And coming to content security policy headers, you must ensure that all the required frame ancestors are included in your CSV headers. This is
okay, perfect. Okay, good. Okay, so
surfacing a seamless agent experience.
Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Rachel Rabo, and welcome to my session. It's unfortunate that I cannot see you, but you can see me, which is awesome. So welcome to today's session, where I'm sharing about from novice to experts on your Power Platform journey, like how to, while you are learning, how to resolve any issues that you might have while in your learning journey in Power Platform. And my name is Rachel Rabo. I'm a Microsoft MVP for Microsoft Business Application. For me, that is Power Apps and Power Automate. I'm a Power Platform and a Dynamics 365 CRM developer. I'm the organizer for Dynamics 365 Power Platform User Group Malta. I'm also part of the leadership team for Power Platform User Group Nigeria, and a regional lead for Microsoft's Global Community Initiative. Yeah, so nice to meet every one of you. And I'm going to go to the next slide. So my agenda for today, the agenda for this session is talking about what is Power Platform, the components of Power Platform, challenges, common barriers that people face while learning Power Platform. I'm also going to be discussing how to make your Power Platform learning journey easier. I'll be sharing my learning journey and also discussing
and
how
especially
to
not
solve a
using all
business problem,
Microsoft
because this is
Copilot
what a lot of people they miss out
usually
of.
reserved for
Like they
first-party
understand the tool,
publishers.
but they do not understand how to
And
solve
if
a
your
business problem with it.
agent or
And
app
then I'm going to be moving
relies on the
forward
same
with
pointer of
showing you
Power
a
App,
use
you should also
case
look to
and
include
how
the
to
respective
approach
value
that
domain
use
properties
case.
in the
Okay,
manifest.
so let's go ahead. So the first thing to understand is what is Microsoft Power
Developers should
Platform,
ensure high security
especially maybe this is the first.
engines that use OpenAPI specs. Some of the good practices are avoiding API call redirections, ensuring that API calls use transport security layer of 1.2 or higher, and are served from the same domain that has been verified by the developer. Right. What you see here is a screenshot of checks that we do for a scale app that gets submitted via Partner Center. Essentially, for any store apps, these requirements are must-have. Coming to user and admin trust, Microsoft 365 App Compliance Program is intended to help organizations in assessing security and compliance information of the apps. It is an important step for building admin and user trust. There are two levels of compliance here. First is publisher attestation, where developers attest to the general data handling, security and compliance information to help potential customers make an informed decision about using the app. Right? And once this process is complete, users and admins can see this status, certification status as publisher attestation against their app. Right? Microsoft 365 certification is recommended for apps that have high governance needs or call from Microsoft Graph. So this is slightly a tedious certification process or a level 2 process. In this case, your app security and compliance process are assessed by qualified analyst, third-party analyst before M365 certification is issued. And once it is issued, you can see the status of the type of certification against your app, similar to publisher attestation. And for more information on M365 certification, you can refer these links that we will be sharing separately after the call is done. Here are some of the useful links. We have a very active developer community on Stack Overflow. It's very important to reach out if you have any questions during the development phase. You'll get a prompt answers from our developer communities team. And secondly, this may be more relevant for the store apps. It's always important to go through the validation guidelines and policies for agents early during the development phase, right? This will avoid or minimize any unplanned, design changes during the publishing phase, right? If a developer discovers during the publishing or validation phase that, because of the policy non-compliance that they need to go back and make additional changes to the design, right? This will lead to unnecessary design cycles and additional effort, unplanned effort and time. So it's highly recommended and very important to go through the validation guidelines for agents like early on, right? So these are some of the good practices and some of the useful links that you can look to use. We are open for questions. Yeah.
Actually, if there are any questions from the audience, we'll happy to take them.
Sorry, no question right now, but it was very interesting. Can you share your slide with us, and I will share with the audience?
Sure, definitely.
Very good session. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, everyone, and thanks for listening on these validation guidelines, which Harsha was talking about. If you plan to publish your app on the store, we'll be meeting you there, and it's always good to connect with team on these developments that are going on the agents front. So thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot to you guys.
Thank you.
amazing.